and we'll jump into things here. It's a crazy moves across the board. We're seeing huge amounts of liquidity flowing into this market today. Monstrous moves from Meta, Microsoft, Roblox, Carvana, NCLH ripping, CGNX, and a few other stocks in between. So a lot of different stocks rallying this morning. And interestingly enough, the IWM is not really performing. This is just pretty much a mega cap tech rally. Obviously, there's a chance that this can get bid up here a little bit more, but the IWM is struggling here in the pre-market, down by about almost $1 here. I still have lower price on the IWM. That 3-bar surge that I thought was going to happen might happen on the IWM still. We'll have to obviously see what happens here. But looking at some of the high flyers, Carvana, I mean, I'm looking at fading this one. Roblox too, I'm looking at fading Roblox. There's just some crazy, crazy, crazy moves that are occurring in this market today. Carvana gapping up on its earnings report. I mean, it was okay, the earnings. Definitely beating on the rev side and the EPS, but nevertheless, I mean, gapping up on the session from the lows here, 17%, and this is still a high short interest name that likely will see some more covering. So if we hit 400, I'm going to look for a short on Carvana. So I'm going to put an alert there. So CVNA short above 400. Let's look at Roblox here. Roblox is just flying to the high side as well. One of the best performing stocks on the session. I mean, this stock was already extended. And now you throw a gap up of 20% into the mix. Crazy. Crazy. One of the biggest RSI divergences. You're going to have daily chart. Massive, massive extension move to the upside. You can see Roblox report earnings missed on the EPS, but surprised on the revenue. So better than expected revenue print. And this has been a little bit of a Wall Street darling favorite. So you can see in the pre-market, we have, let me just actually put that back on because I think we're going to retest 135. There we go. So you can see in the pre-market, we've already hit above 150. If I throw on some of these extended hours, what a monster move on RBLX. Gapping to the high side, and I'm a little bit upset about this one because my break-even stop loss did not get triggered. We took profits off of this short here. We shorted this high pivot here, got a nice 3-bar surge to the low, took profits about 65% on our put options, and then the stop loss never stopped me out yesterday, which I'm very, very I don't know why. I'll have to look at some of the data, but nevertheless, this is gapping up, so we'll have to manage the trade accordingly. I'm still writing September 19th 110 puts. Obviously, I'm going to look to probably add into that strike zone or maybe even a little bit farther dated. But I think there's even a day trade scalp here. Even for some August 1st expiries tomorrow, I think there's going to be a nice, at least probably 5 to 10% pullback from the highs. What I could see happening with Roblox this morning is very similar to what happened with SoFi. These stocks that were absolutely running, people who were short the highs, Wall Street just wanted to blow the shorts out, get them to cover in all that liquidity. and then they sell into it. So I think Roblox is shaping up for a very similar move to what SoFi did. Obviously, SoFi had a nice 2-bar surge down, big boost today, but that is a nasty extreme topping tail for Roblox. All right, let's see what else we got going. CGNX. Oof, wow. We'll go through some of the market movers, the market losers as well, because those are filthy. CGNX, gapping to the high side here. So that's a pretty strong move off of this bull flag consolidation. You're coming right into this previous little gap fill. Nothing to see there. I mean, you're probably going to get a continuation long into this gap fill. I would have to think that that's where it's going in the near term. CGNX. Let's look at LG Aligned Technologies. ALGN. Excuse me. That's one. Look at this nasty gap down on ALGN, down over 30%, trading near this double bottom low, but you're going to go lower than this. I mean, you probably already have off of earnings. You caught it back. Yeah, look at that. I mean, you've hit a quite a substantial low down here. That is a filthy little gap down on ALGN. That is absolutely nasty. So ALGN really seeing some heavy downward pressure. What is going on here? Just give me a second, guys. I need to adjust something on my stream here. Audio. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Thanks for that. Okay, thank you, the art. All right, so let's continue to go through things here. So ALGN gapping lower. I mean, it's hard to short this one off of a move, but this stock probably wants to now go to these lows here intraday. It wants to sweep this COVID low collapse pivot. So I'd consider taking a scalp long if we pierce through that level. You can see in the pre-market we already did pierce that level. So that's exactly the level we have pierced in the pre-market. So that's a filthy move down. Definitely a filthy move down. You know, one stock that had a lackluster earnings was Robinhood. So or at least the reaction. So Robinhood is one that maybe we can also fade. So you have all this market strength in some of the high-flying stocks that have just been ripping to the high side. You would think Robinhood would have also caught that massive gap up and move, considering it had a double beat on rev and EPS. And it's actually negative in the pre-market. So that's something that I'm observing to be very interesting. Perhaps there's going to be a nice little decline in Robinhood. Obviously, we'll discuss your big boys, Microsoft, which everyone has probably looked at, and Meta. But I mean, look at this chart on Microsoft. Look how tight that range is, and then you just have a blast off into space. It's absolutely crazy to think that Microsoft, on a 2.5 billion beat, they added over 250 billion in market cap. Pretty insane. Strong cloud growth, strong Azure growth, obviously beating the EPS on both ends. Mhm. But overall, I mean, a very strong move to the upside. Joining the $4 trillion club in Microsoft, this is one that I do think will also see some profit taking off of the highs. I don't think Microsoft's just going to continue grinding in this straight line higher. I mean, I could be wrong, but we'll see. Microsoft's certainly shaking and moving to the upside. Can even see it blasted through this trend line. So this is an area where market makers probably had a lot of people watching these trend lines, and they just absolutely ripped through it on the top side there. Another filthy move. Another astonishing move to the upside here. You can see you've even gone through that. Let's pull this channel back a little bit. So you can see Microsoft's now trading into this upper boundary parallel channel. So your pivot high in November to your pivot low to your pivot low, and now we're tagging that upper boundary range, and we're actually piercing through it here in the near term. So you're slightly above this channel, but I do think that Microsoft's going to come back into this channel. Okay. Let's look at Meta. Meta, another name that absolutely flew to the high side, outperforming Microsoft right now. Obviously, it's a little bit smaller market cap, but a huge, huge move. So we are still seeing some pretty strong unwavering strength here. Meta right now pushing to the high side, also trading at a 2 standard deviation from its little mean from its last earnings report. Obviously, you're hitting this parallel channel to the upside, but Meta is one that's probably wants to push, I would say, to about 790. I think it's just going to fall shy of that $800 level. Obviously, it'll get there eventually, but I do think Meta's probably going to fall just shy of that zone. So we'll have to obviously watch Meta. Not as much of a short as Microsoft, I think, but nevertheless, I do think Meta will eventually see some downward pressure, but it probably wants to go a little bit higher to at least the top of this parallel channel. I mean, maybe if we draw this channel like this, you're already trading into some resistance. But these stocks are now in price discovery, gapping up to the high side. Definitely very interesting price action across the mega caps. Obviously, we still have Apple set to report and Amazon today, so there's still a lot of potential opportunity this morning and later this afternoon. We'll see if Apple comes in strong, then they're going to obviously push this market up even higher. All right, let's look at a couple other names here. We'll look at eBay. eBay gapping up here in the pre-market as well. Interesting price action for ticker EBAY. Also reporting earnings and seeing some strength pushing into, is that new all-time highs for eBay? I guess that is new all-time highs for eBay as well, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely new all-time highs for eBay. So another strong, strong session for eBay here. Let's see what we can see for near-term resistance. I mean, really, we're trading into that zone right now. Maybe a touch higher to call it 89 bucks, and then eBay becomes potentially a little bit of a fading opportunity. All right, so we'll keep eBay on watch. We'll definitely keep eBay on watch. Give me a second here, guys. swing of things. So far we've seen Microsoft, there's been some heavy selling in MSFT. Meta's still very, very strong. What else we got shaking and moving here? Still have Carvana. So I'm in a Carvana short off the 404.76, just common shares. I am looking at getting into some SPY put options, but I want to see it press a little bit higher. SoFi, I think, is into an interesting opportunity potentially for some shorts. AMD's now gone negative. UNH getting absolutely clobbered here. You still have strength in APLD, that's up 33. Roblox obviously doing quite well. IWM is still struggling here. Nvidia looks like it's going to go negative, along with some other semiconductors. So, interestingly enough, you have the IWM week today. S&P still holding, but look at the SOXS, guys. Even through this market strength, you have your semiconductor bear ETF just ripping to the upside here, which is telling me what? Telling me that there's likely going to be some more distribution hitting this tape. Even though Microsoft and Meta are still strong, you still have semiconductors going through a bit of distribution here. Obviously, the QQQ is holding steady, but look how heavy the Qs are looking right now, guys. Qs are certainly coming in fast and furious. So let's see if we can get some more downside in this tape. IWM is catching a little bit of a bid, but I'm looking at shorting SPY, but I want to see it kind of retrace this move, you know, back to kind of your prior day high sort of zone. Let me just turn off some of these indicators. Okay, we are good. Can see Carvana coming in a little bit here. Nvidia is still coming in. Microsoft's still 5%, but now you have Meta starting to fall, guys. Meta starting to fall. Let's go, Carvana! Take us down, take us down, take us down. Roblox is coming in. It is into a short area as well, guys. Roblox put options to the downside look pretty decent, even a month out. I think that those should work out quite well. Let's flip back to CVNA, Carvana. SoFi still up 6.5%, shaking and moving. AMD's negative on the tape here, looking a little bit heavier. I'm going to take some 635 0 DTE puts on SPY, guys. 635 zeros. It's aggressive, it's risky, size it for loss. Alright guys, I'm in 635 0 DTE. Just a small position. Again, we could easily float back to the highs, guys. We absolutely could. Big bounce, huge bounce on hood. Yep, huge bounce everywhere. Huge bounce everywhere. It's a really sizable bounce everywhere. Again, I just entered some shorts on SPY. We'll see if we get a bit of a gap and crack. Microsoft's still looking pretty heavy here, guys. So obviously Microsoft's the heavyweight of the gap up. Even though Meta's up more, Microsoft's still a heavier weighting. It influences the S&P, NASDAQ a little bit more. IGV, cloud stocks as well. So it has a whole and it's very heavy in the XLK basket. So keep a window open on Microsoft because obviously that's definitely the heavyweight right now. All right, so we got CVNA, we got Microsoft, writing some SPY puts. Let's see what we can get here in the tape. IWM firming up here. Meta is seeing a little bit of selling. D still coming in a little bit here. Ghana still staying firm. Am I updating on stream? What do you mean? Positions, sorry, I should update the position. Sorry, sometimes it's difficult manually updating things, right? But I'll update them. I see what you mean. Big bounce on the S&P. Really sizable bid higher. Carvana still stuck in this area. Microsoft Meta still flying to the high side. SPY's going for a high of day print here. SPY is well off of its highs of the pre-market highs. But absolutely ripping here to the upside. NVIDIA AMD catching a nice little bid. Huge bounce in the equity markets, guys. Filthy bounce. IWM, Meta, a lot of things catching bids here across the board. Crude oil's negative, Bitcoin's green. SPY right now up about 0.77. Qs are up 0.88. IWM's still negative, but they are looking like they want to take it positive. SPY going for another high of day push. Yeah, this is the 15-minute chart of SPY. Why doesn't it look like yours? Yeah, that's right. That chart is right. So big bounce back up to the opening range high on SPY. Huge ripper to the upside. Carvana still struggling here, guys. Roblox catching another little bid. Still seeing SPY grind. Carvana's kind of just stuck here. Microsoft going through a little bit more selling, but you have strength back in semiconductors. Trying to push. Hood is down only 1%. Big bounce on Hood. SoFi up 7.4. UNH getting slaughtered again, down another 3.3. Joby slightly negative. Financials coming under a minor touch of pressure. Minor touch. Still seeing a huge pushback higher in the equity markets. Really stunning push to the upside. Microsoft still heavy, down about 4.91, or sorry, up about 4.91%. APLD still ripping to the high side here. Take a look at APLD, guys. Monster move there. Ticker Ferrari, Race, RACE. That's come in pretty nicely. I would have taken that for a nice little long bounce, but I was on my frickin' phone call. That basically hit our long scalp level, guys. Ferrari, ticker RACE. Roblox still trying to come in a little bit. MSFT looking a little bit heavier here. Meta still up almost 12%, but Microsoft coming in looking like a big gravestone. Looking like a big daily chart gravestone. Imagine they take Microsoft negative. Clutch asking what platform I use. TradingView. TradingView. Microsoft looking heavy. Heavy. SPY still holding steady here. Doing a big liquidity sweep of the highs. Come on, take us lower now. Again, pre-market high was all the way into the 641 zone. Microsoft coming in hot. Coming in hot. HIMS is flying. Yep, HIMS is flying. Let's take a quick peek at HIMS and some of these other healthcare. So HIMS is the one healthcare stock diverging. Look at that monster move. Who was all over HIMS? HIMS, was it Ryan or was it Kevin? I don't know. Someone called out HIMS here, but a monster called out. Nice job whoever called out HIMS. Meta is starting to come in a little bit here. See if they want to chop this market back down. Come on. Look at SoFi flying, guys. SoFi's into a short level. Everything. All right, guys. I'm going to take a high-risk trade here. SoFi, August 1st, $22 put. SoFi, August 1st, $22 put. That's 6 cents. High risk, but it's cheap. trying to make. See CVNA, SPY still holding steady. Pretty crazy move in the S&P here. Everything catching another little bid. Roblox up 14% still. Meta up 12. Copper stocks catching a bit of a bounce today. UNH still getting slaughtered. GameStop is up 1.29%. Microsoft still looking somewhat heavy. AMD's green. NCLH, that's hit my upside target. The Dixie's still green. Gold up 0.7. Nat gas seeing some strength. Crude oil down 1%. Bitcoin over 118, going for 119. Nvidia up 1.44. IWM is hanging on by a thread here, just slightly green. You have Tesla still negative. Google getting slapped, down 1.6%. Apple negative, down 0.3%. Amazon up 1.56%. Netflix is negative. JP Morgan's negative. And your SMH, despite AMD and Nvidia green, your SMH is negative. Pretty crazy. Boeing's down. ASML's down. You got weakness in Qualcomm today. Last time I checked, it's probably had a bounce off the lows. No, it hasn't. Wow, Qualcomm getting slaughtered and slapped here. Let's look at LRCX, Lam Research. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, Carvana's move it's a huge extension move. Huge extension move. You know, I just entered a short. I think there's opportunity here for a deviation back to the mean. It's way above where it should be, even with this earnings report. I still think it's way above. You're trading into technical resistance. There's a lot of factors here. Resistance, extended daily RSI, nice weekly divergence. You got overbought, major overbought intraday. So I mean, there could easily be a reversal back down. A lot of stocks are still extended. I still haven't changed my thesis for a pullback in the near term, but obviously the market's strong right now. I mean, not the whole market, right? You're still seeing a lot of sectors getting slaughtered. IWM is not really catching much liquidity today, even though it's bouncing off of the lows. It could easily get sold into today. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with these stocks right now. IWM is a short into this trend line here, guys. Tapping that hourly chart, EMA, 222 Pierce, IWM is a short. So it's getting very, very close. But, I mean, here's the thing, right? Investors who want to chase Carvana after a, what is it, gapping up how much right now? 22%. If you're trying to buy it long up here instead of taking profits, it's pretty crazy. I mean, you're probably getting some short covering rallies right now, but I think a lot of these stocks that are gapping up today, remember how SoFi played out the other day, right? That was a huge hit, over 800% on the runners for us. But I think a lot of these stocks could play out like SoFi, with this massive, massive topping tail off of its earnings gap up, sold into. We're just seeing a lot of people who were short initially having to cover at these highs, and that's where institutions are absolutely taking and sucking up this liquidity. They love these gap ups. They love it. Absolutely love these gap ups. Now, we still have higher year-end targets on the S&P. Hood going vertical, taking position long, looking for 120 plus over the next 3 weeks. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Hood's got a lot of momentum behind it. Obviously, they're introducing a lot of interesting things on their platform, but I would personally be careful. I would personally be careful of Hood up here. You know, you're trading inside of a very extended move as well. Extremely overbought on the weekly. You got that negative divergence on the daily occurring. Maybe one more peekaboo high, but even still, Hood's a it's tough to chase it up here for me, personally speaking. Even on a fundamental basis. I know it's growing rapidly, but its valuation is still pretty what's the correct word I'm looking for? I don't want to say expensive, there's another word I'm looking for, but I guess expensive. It's lofty up here for sure. Alright, let's flip back to Carvana. SPY still holding steady here. Carvana is still a beast. And again, I'm just in common shares short Carvana, so I will take this position up to roughly about 10% of my portfolio if I had to. Right now, it's about a 2.5% common share short. Market's still acting well. You have Microsoft trying to bounce, Meta trying to go for another high, Apple, Google, Tesla still struggling, but AMD, Nvidia holding steady. Pushing. Huge push here in the markets with individual names trying to rip a little bit more. Yeah, IWM is into a short zone here for sure. IWM's definitely into a short zone there. Pierce thing, yeah, it tapped 222, guys. So IWM is definitely into your first short entry. I would go in with a half position here short. If I were to short IWM, it does look interesting here. I would 222. We just tapped that area right now. We pierced it by about 2 cents. So I would look for a first entry here. Your second entry would be basically at this previous gap fill from yesterday. So just understand it could push up to this previous little gap zone, but we'll see, right? We'll see what happens. Yep, 222 is starting to see some sell side pressure on IWM. 222. AMD still trying to push. Meta's still trying to push. Testing that 3,300 level. Gold is retesting that area. Let's look at Hood again. Hood is seeing a nasty little reversal back down off of that prior day high. We'll see if they want to sell this name. How's Chewy doing? Wow, look at Chewy go. Chewy's in squeeze mode. Flying to the high side on Chewy. Beautiful. AMD is still a beast right now. AMD's beasting. A little bit of sell side. Imagine they take Carvana negative. Imagine they take SPY negative today, guys. Imagine they take Microsoft negative today. Oh my goodness, it could easily gap and crack. Institutions love to sell into gap ups, guys. Just if you as a trader shorted gap ups, I would have to do a back test, but I'm sure it's probably over 80% success rate shorting gap ups into resistance. It's a high probability setup. Carvana coming in a little bit. Let's check back on SoFi. SoFi. Come on down. SoFi coming on down to play. Come on down to play, SoFi. You got some weakness in you. You know you want to sell off. Flip back to Carvana. Fan favorite here. All right, what else we got shaking and moving today? AMD still up 1.18%. I'm shocked at AMD. If they don't dump AMD on earnings, if they pump AMD on earnings, I would be flabbergasted. BABA up nicely on the session today. China catching a little bit of a bit. Up 2% on China. Or BABA. Natural gas negative still. MRK negative. Netflix is getting hit today. Down another 0.5%. I'm getting very close to taking some profits on my Netflix common share short. I want to see one more sweep of the lows on Netflix. Come on, SPY. Come on, Carvana. BABA pushing over 120 here. Starting to rip. Hood has gone positive, up 0.4%. Tesla is melting under some pressure here. Nasty little decline on Tessie. How are solar stocks doing today? Run seeing a little bit of liquidity. AMD pumping. Nvidia trying to push. Microsoft still looking heavy. You got some top wicks forming on Meta. Drop it down, Carvana. Come on. What are you doing? AMD going for another high of day sweep. Oh my, oh my. AMD's a monster. AMD is an absolute beast here. You got some top wicks forming on Meta. Now the question is, if money rotates out of Meta, out of Microsoft, does it rotate into Apple? Does it rotate into Tesla? Does it start to chase some more value plays? Even though Tesla's not really a value play, it's still a high growth stock. But does it rotate into some of these stocks that haven't performed yet? Or does it just simply wait on the sideline? That's what I'm kind of watching for today. Members also know we executed a short on Microsoft, the swing position short on Microsoft yesterday in the after hours pump. When I saw this Microsoft up over 4 trillion, I was like, hell yeah, let's take a short on that name. So we're short Microsoft with a member swing trade off this 547. It's early. You're getting funds having to chase. Some fund managers are underweight megas, so they naturally have to chase. Remember, it's also month end today. Month end. And they are pushing these markets to all-time highs. Pretty crazy, eh? So we have a scenario here where people that are net long are probably going to be trimming and taking profits off of this move. But then you're going to have those people that are underweight having to chase a little bit. But I think that you're still going to... I still think you can see some downside price. I still do. I don't think people are as confident in Apple and Amazon earnings. But we'll see. We will see. Ram making a good point. He's saying, remember, Amazon and Apple have a lot of dependency on China, and though markets are expecting good earnings, but at some same time, tariffs will not make people happy. We could see that, right? Could potentially come into that. Microsoft holding steady. They're holding this market buoyant right now. CVNA. That's still holding steady. IWM still under that 222 rejection zone. That's going to be a big thing to see if IWM starts to break down. Securities fraud class action filed against Alto Neuroscience, ANRO. What the heck is that ticker? Securities fraud, never a good thing. Not doing too much. Not doing too much. Let's look at United Health here. That's getting clobbered to the downside. I thought we put in a little bit of a local low yesterday, but they just keep dumping this. How's Oscar doing today? Oscar is pumping to the high side, or at least trying to. Oh, Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. Carvana still above 409. Microsoft trading at 539, up 5% on the session. Meta still holding the bulk of its gains, up 12%. We are seeing a little bit of selling occurring in AMD at the moment. SoFi still holding sharply higher here. JP's not expecting the same reaction from Meta and Microsoft earnings. I would be shocked. I would be shocked. But you know what? Stranger things have happened. I think there are a lot of people short in this market, so I don't know where they find this liquidity all of a sudden, you know, 250 billion in Microsoft, and then what was it? I think Meta went from like 1.7 trillion to about 1.9. I think it's under 2 trillion right now. Let's take a quick peek. When I did my math earlier, yesterday, it was just shy. Yeah, it's 1.96 trillion. So just shy of 2 trillion. But you have to think that Meta is going to want to try to target that $2 trillion club. It's an exclusive club. Not many stocks have been there, but we'll see if Meta can try to work its way into that zone. Tesla still down 0.5%. Oh, poor Testy. Not having its time in the sun. Carvana still up 22%. Oh my god. If you're not taking profits on Carvana off of this gap up, what are you doing? Caterpillar ripping. New highs on Kitty Cat. Meow, meow, meow. Alright, so we have the Qs up 0.81. IWM slightly negative again, down 0.04%. SPY and Qs have kind of tightened up that divergence. So the Qs were leading by such a much more of a large margin, but because you have weakness in Google down 1.2, weakness in Tesla down 0.4, it's compressed that margin a little bit. Which what I'm seeing is that SPY and Q kind of narrowing that margin has caused some of the tech capital, especially in semis, you have your SOXX negative, SMH negative, it's actually trying to rotate into some of the other S&P 500 stocks. So imagine the S&P 500 takes leadership today, and it could. It could. But I'm still expecting a profit taking. Come on, give us a nice dip. IWM holding steady. They're trying to pin this market in a sideways range. Let's see Carvana. I want to get into some swing trade shorts on the market, but these earnings make me nervous. Especially after seeing what they just did yesterday. Finally look like we're getting a huge sell-off. Imagine the S&P retest these lows, guys. That would be filthy, filthy bull trap. If the S&P retests these lows, that would be the biggest bull trap that we have seen in a long time. And I would not put that past market makers. Market makers are manipulative. They're deceptive. They don't care about your feelings. They care about that bottom line, that ROI, those dollars flowing in and out of their account. They want to take what's yours and make it theirs. And our job is to try to see through the BS and the traps, the liquidity traps. That would be disgustingly awesome because I'm in SPY puts. Take us down to 635. Come on down. Come on down. But again, I've seen some shady things in this market, and trust me, this earnings pump on Microsoft and Meta, it smells fishy. Yep, they are the wolves of Wall Street. That's for sure. They are ruthless 100%. They will chop your head off if it makes them money. So let's see. Bart asking, what about a snow short? Let's see if it's going to be snow. Let's take a look at the forecast here and take a peek at snow. Am I expecting snow to fall in the recent sessions? Yeah, you know what? Snow, the only thing is that it still has earnings. You just need to be careful to see how it closes the week here. If it closes the week above this is a good short area on Snow, Bart. Definitely is. But if it closes the week above this pivot high, then you want to stop out of Snow. But definitely doing a liquidity sweep intraday of this high volume reversal. It looks like a high probable short setup for sure. But again, if you get a weekly close, or today it closed above this pivot high, you want to stop out of Snow. So I have no problem if you're wanting to short Snow here off of this liquidity sweep. Just recognize though, it does have earnings still, and it still could try to sweep this high pivot zone here. Call it 238. But keep that type stop loss on it because, again, you are sweeping that high pivot liquidity. Which pivot high? So right now you're sweeping the pivot high of around 226, 226.60-ish. 226.60, what is the exact pivot high? I can't see it here on my screen. Yeah, 226.60. I'll put it here. Yeah, nothing's off the table today. That's for sure. Drop it, Carvana. Chop it down. Chop it down, Carvana. Chop it down. Give it to us. Give it to us. AMD seeing some selling. Meta now seeing some selling. Microsoft holding steady. Netflix, guys. SoFi. Let's go. Netflix is under a lot of pressure as well. That is looking pretty filthy. Pretty filthy. Alright, let's flip back to Carvana here. SoFi starting to come in a little bit. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Come on, take SoFi down as well. SoFi and Carvana. Let's take it down, guys. Full port short. No, I'm just kidding. Probably would work out, make money, but don't do that. Let's see if we can take SoFi negative, guys. Let's see if we can take SoFi negative today. Right now, it's trying to hold steady up at these highs. It's trading with the market. Pretty much a very similar chart on SoFi. Gap up, gap up. SoFi is a market stock right now that is starting to come in just a little bit. AMD seeing some selling. Nvidia is still a monster at 181. Nvidia's like, you know what, Microsoft, you ain't gonna catch me. If you go up, I have to go up. Trading at 4.43 trillion market cap. Holy moly. That thing is disgustingly big. Disgustingly big. 4.43 trillion, that is bigger than most countries' GDP. That is disgusting. I know it's bigger than Canada's, but bigger than most countries. Look at Carvana. Chop it down. IWM rejecting off that 222 like a champ. Here comes a big sell side candle, guys. If we take out the lows, look out below on SPY. Let me go to the 15-minute chart on SPY here. Tesla's dripping a little bit lower. You can see we're getting rejected off of this high pivot zone here so far. You get a close below that, and it means some troublesome price action. Carvana is falling. SPY, a nice rejection. So SPY will have some support at that prior day, but we had a pretty big bounce off that area that I'm hard pressed to think we're going to get there again. So I think 636, your EMA 113 is your next support zone. Here we go! God bless America. Come on, chop it down. Yep. Jerome Powell crashed the market yesterday. Probably bought at the lows. Oh, SPY. I want to be paid today. It's a Friday. Pay me. No. It's not a Friday. It's a Thursday. The 31st is tripping me out. The end of the month, not the end of the week. End of the month, not the end of the week. Drop it down, Carvana. Let's go. Let's go, Carvana. I want to buy a new car with the profits from Carvana. SPY's still getting a bounce here. You can see SPY is holding right at that previous little pivot, that previous pivot high. So that's what SPY's bouncing off of right now. The question is, will it hold? Why will it hold? Why will it hold? Yeah, when you make a lot of money, it feels like Friday. Well, I don't want to get it too ahead of ourselves. I technically haven't made any money yet, even though we're up on Carvana and down on my SPY. Basically break even on SoFi. So I'm not getting too ahead of myself here. The profits are not secured yet, guys. You only make money when you take profits and secure the bag. Drop this market down. All right, we're seeing Meta trying to bounce. So what I'm observing here is you're seeing, as Meta's seeing some profit taking, it's going into Microsoft. As Microsoft's seeing some selling, it's going into Meta. AMD though curling to the downside. Muhammad Ali saying, I'm still down negative 12% on Carvana. What are you writing right now? Are you writing puts? I'm in commons. I know commons are a lot less risky up at this area, and I know they can keep things pinned, but I'm just common share short. You'll make money. You'll make Muhammad Ali float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Google's still struggling here, guys, down 1.36%. Tesla looking like a dog here. Damn. Come on, SPY. Break it down here. Tesla's looking nasty. What puts are you in, Muhammad? What strike? 385 next week. Oh, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. That could hit today. Roblox leaking. RBLX. Yep, coming in. And I said that. I said 150s are short zone, guys. So we were pretty much teetering up there for a few minutes. If we go to that 1 minute chart, I said in the chat, I said 150s you're short. So you opened up right at pretty much 150. You had a retest of 150, and now you've just been grinding lower. So. But I am short Roblox with members as well. Just accumulated some September 19th puts. High risk trade. A lot of earnings still after the bell today. Just trying to get a bounce here in the S&P 500. Microsoft still steady. Bitcoin losing 118, guys. BTC seeing some more sell side pressure. Let's go. Take it downtown. Take it downtown. Carvana dripping lower. S&P grinding higher. SoFi staying sideways. AMD bouncing off of prior day high. Come on, just chop this market down. I mean, look at this SOXX. We got some serious selling. Can you believe the divergence between the Qs and semis today? SOXX is down 1.5%, but you have Nvidia, AMD, and your mega caps just holding up the market once again. So I cannot believe that this market is still staying so strong with semis down. If AMD and Nvidia give up the goods, guys, we are going to go lower. I don't even care what Meta and Microsoft do, but if AMD start to break down here and Nvidia, we are going to go lower. This SOXX pattern, semiconductors look pretty bearish to me, guys. Pretty bearish. You have SPY and Qs neck and neck now. Qs are actually underperforming SPY at the moment. Wow. Pretty crazy price action, guys. IWM seeing a little bit more sell side pressure curling down to that 221 zone. Carvana. Let's take these puts in the money. Let's take this market negative. Come on, SPY. Retest these bearish lows from yesterday. Retest those lows. I would absolutely love you if you did that. I would love you if you did that. Come on, SPY. Break this high pivot. Break it. Chop it down. Sell into this volume gap up. Market makers, suck this liquidity up like a black hole. Just dump it all. Exactly. Just dump it all. Dump it all. No, it won't happen like that, but you never know. But yeah, I want them to just drop this market back to the negative zone. Come on, rope in this liquidity and drop it. Meta curling down. Microsoft looking like a 10-minute bear flag. Nvidia curling down. Come on, drop this market. Drop it. QQQ at a bounce level. Don't put that evil on me, Muhammad. I don't want QQQ to bounce. I want them to drop it lower. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here. AMD falling below prior day high. Come on. Suck in this liquidity and drop it. QQQ selling a little bit more now, guys. Let's see if we take this market negative. Drop it lower. Drop it lower. Sometimes I feel like my words move the market, but that's just in my dreams. Look at Carvana, sub 400, guys. Bang, bang, boom. Drop this lower. Roblox testing the 141 area, only up 13% now. Come on, melt this market lower. Just rip the band-aid off and take us negative. Never mind, go negative, QQQ. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Thank you, Muhammad. Microsoft still 4.48%. It's a tough market here. You still have the extremes of Microsoft's dripping lower here, guys. MSFT is looking like it wants to go. And who is short Microsoft Commons? We are. We executed that yesterday, and I mean, you could have even got a better fill than me. But that's a filthy. Come on, break this bear flag on Microsoft. IWM trying to hold steady. SPY still holding steady. Come on, man. Meta's starting to come in. What else we got going on here in the tape? Some of your high volume movers. SNGX up 101%. APLD still up 36.74%. Hood has gone back to the negative side. Robin Hood taking people's money all day long. Ford is up 1.52%. NIO up 1.55%. Intel getting slapped around again. What's new with Intel? SPY dripping lower. BBAI, Big Bear. I'm a big bear today. BBAI up 3.28%. Rigetti pumping up 9.28%. NCLH ripping up 11.2% on NCLH. Monster move. Look at CVNA drilling to the downside, guys. Come on. Take us. Imagine Carvana puts in a gravestone doji today. Goes negative. That would be crazy. Well, you know, today they could just slow drip us down all day. Maybe they don't make us big moves. I would just prefer a big move, but they could slow drip us. They could. IWM holding steady here. So really your sell side pressure is coming from your S&P and Qs here. Come on, break this pivot. Break this pivot. Come on, SPY. Keep going down. Keep going down. Ah, they're trying to bounce it here. SoFi starting to curl slightly lower. Microsoft getting heavier here, guys. MSFT getting heavier. I'm just going to grab some more coffee, guys. Be right back. I still can't believe how strong AMD is, guys. Alright, Meta catching a bid. Microsoft. Whoa, CFLT down 32%. What the heck happened with that? CFLT, I didn't even look at that in the pre-market. Gapping down, must have had earnings. Yep, had earnings. Double beat and getting annihilated. Must have given some bad guidance, perhaps? Perhaps. Wow. Sweeping the lows. That is filthy. That is filthy. Come on, SoFi. I want SoFi to go negative as well. I would just want everything to go negative. Look at SoFi. Epic bounce into this topping tail. Can they take SoFi negative again? Can they take SPY negative? They are selling Microsoft. Microsoft did put in a little bit of a new low there. But NCLH is a beast too. I think NCLH is probably going to get faded as well. I was looking at shorting that name. Right now it's strong, but I think this one's going to get a big fade to the downside, NCLH. Yeah, CLH dropped on earnings. Big drop. Big drop. Look at that little short level right into your gap on NCLH. Big move there. Alright, NVIDIA looking a little bit heavier here. Same thing with Microsoft now, Meta as well. Let's look at Rigetti, RGTI. Big mover on Rigetti. They're trying to hold SPY steady here. Pretty nuts. Potential topping tail building, guys. That daily chart of Carvana. Potential topping tail is building. I'd love to see Microsoft go negative. Even Nvidia is looking pretty heavy here. Starting to see some heavier selling occurring in this big behemoth. The big bad boy looking to take out the low of the day. Come on, Nvidia, drip it lower. They're selling Nvidia. Drop it. Drop it now. Big drop. Come on. Take us downtown. Take us downtown. Will they take Nvidia negative today? They could. They absolutely could, guys. Look at that big bad boy selling. Big bad boy taking down SPY. We're getting 4.4 trillion market cap, seeing some sell side pressure. We have billions of dollars just flowing to the downside here. Look at Nvidia, heavy. I love seeing this stock getting heavy. Prior day high test, let's see. Come on. AMD curling to the downside now. Microsoft, new lows on MSFT. New lows on MSFT, guys. Look at Microsoft. Triggering a bit of a bear flag here. Drip us lower, Microsoft. Drip us lower. Carvana is trading at 397. Still up 19% on Carvana. Roblox still up 12%, but looking pretty darn heavy here. SPY's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity flow. He's trying to balance. Just a touch here. Netflix still down 0.6. Big bounce in SPY. SPY is stronger than the Qs. IWM still slightly negative. Big bounce on Carvana here. Nvidia is still looking pretty heavy. Trying to be defended here in the near term. Copper stocks rebounding sharply. Still going down, guys. If we lose prior day high on Nvidia, it could have a sell-off down to 178. 2-point move to the downside. IWM is holding a little bit more steady here. A little bit lower SPY. Break this opening range low. Take us down. Microsoft, new lows. Nvidia, new lows. Give us new lows, SPY. Give us new lows. Come on down. Give us new lows, guys. Give us new lows. Hitting that opening range low, minor support here. But we bounced once, so we should take out that low. Come on, S&P. S&P 500. TXN alert. Texas Instruments hitting a downside alert for me. What are we hitting here on TXN? Is it a buy level? Is it a buy level? We will see. Wow, TXN getting absolutely slapped here, guys. Down 3.5% on the session. That's what I'm talking about. Get these stocks cheaper. I want it cheaper. I'm not buying it because the market's so extended, but maybe you see some liquidity flow out of NVIDIA and AMD into TXN. Maybe. Maybe. It is hitting an oversold intraday condition. Could get a little bit of a dead cat bounce on TXN. But I gotta wait lower now. I'm gonna readjust that alert. Because the market's still elevated here, I'm gonna wait on TXN. But new lows there on TXN. You're hitting that weekly EMA 113, big level. Weekly chart gap fill. That's probably where it wants to go to. We'll watch that. All right, NVIDIA is hitting your prior day high, guys. NVIDIA is trying to hold that prior day high. That's why SPY is trying to firm up and bounce just a little bit. SPY is bouncing off that opening range. SPY is stronger than Qs right now, guys. So you're seeing a divergence from tech into more of your S&P stocks. Will they take NVIDIA negative? It looks likely. Microsoft catching a bit of a bid. Meta's now going through a bit of a sell program. Google down 2%, Tesla down 1.17. They're just absolutely dumping Google and Tesla today. Exit stage left. IWM is kind of holding steady here as they're trying to drip NVIDIA lower. You're writing 639 puts. I'm writing aggressive 0 DTE 635 puts. Huge lotto trade, which I think can definitely get in the money. Basically flat on it here. But I'm looking for a grand slam hit here, guys. I'm looking for a grand slam here on SPY. We had a nice winner yesterday off of our short FOMC play. Huge win on SoFi, NVO the previous days. It's been a good day trading stream here for us. Lots of profits in the live day trade room. And we're looking to try to keep that trend going. SoFi is not cooperating. That thing's just a monster holding steady. Rams up 9%. Beautiful. Beautiful. We break this opening range low. Those 635 zeros are going to explode. NVIDIA is bouncing here off of prior day. They are trying to bounce it just a touch. Carvana for some more selling. Testy. Not doing too well here. Look at Mr. Elon. Filthy. That's nasty. Gold seeing a little bit of selling back under 3,300. Everything. Here we go. Here comes the big dump on SPY. Breaking that opening range low. Come on. Break it. Break that OR low. Come on. NVIDIA breaking prior day high, guys. Contracts are exploding here, guys. Here we go. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to take us lower, SPY. SPY's looking heavy. Heavy. Meta. Nvidia about to go negative, and big NVDA going negative soon here. Come on. Take this behemoth negative. VIX moving up. Thank you, APK. VIX is definitely moving up. Contracts are exploding here, guys. We are printing. Here we go. Like I said, we break that opening range low, and these SPY contracts will start to print to the downside. I mean, oh my goodness gracious me. Let's keep going. Breaking that OR low. That is very bearish right now. Nvidia trying to get a bounce likely off of its gap. I think they're going to try to sweep this gap liquidity and probably try to bounce it off of 179, a near-term bounce. But come on, we should still see some more selling. Meta starting to weaken just a touch here. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Don't say we did not warn you. I would love to see this market go negative. We are absolutely flying here, guys. Blasting off into space. Boom, look at this printing of money right now. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's push it down even more. Come on. There's no support here. What are you trying to bounce off of? Like a 2-minute EMA? Come on. You want some larger time frame support. You're not going to bounce here. Don't bounce here. Nvidia still positive, going for that gap fill on Nvidia. Meta still trying to bounce. Carvana, SoFi starting to curl to the downside just a touch here, guys. Come on, give us more downside. All right, so they're trying to bounce it just a touch here. Just a touch. They don't want to give people their gains too quickly. They're trying to rope in more liquidity. I'm still going to ride this bad boy down. Ride this bad boy down. Come on. Give us more downside. End of the month. People want to take some profits, solidify their portfolios a little more. July is very, very bullish month. August, typically, seasonality periods into the end of the year change a little bit. It becomes a little more choppy waters, rougher conditions. As companies try to cut costs, layoffs, economies typically starts to weaken into the end of the year. We'll see what happens here. Come on, give us new lows on SPY. Give us new lows, guys. Come on down. SoFi starting to participate in some downside. Microsoft's still trying to hold steady here. Come on, S&P. AMD back below its prior day high. AMD's now gone negative with the rest of the semiconductor complex. We just need Nvidia to go negative. And then Microsoft. Is that asking for too much? Bulls make money. Bears make money. Pigs get slaughtered, guys. Carvana trying to firm up at 396, but that should go lower. SoFi starting to curl to the downside now, guys. SoFi starting to shake and move. Come on, SPY. What are you bouncing off of here? Let me go to this 5-minute chart. There's a minor EMA coming up at 636, but we should go lower. Come on down. Apple's gone negative again, guys. Could get a little bit of a bounce back to your prior day or back into your zone to try to rope people in. I know a lot of people are piling on the short side here because you have broken out of this range. So this is a trading strategy. When people break an opening range low, typically people do piling on the short side right at this area. Then market makers take it back up into the range as if they're trying to stop people out. So that is a bit of a trading strategy that a lot of people use. So your short retrace is kind of back into this opening range low zone. You also have your prior day high. Nvidia trying to hold steady just a touch here. And if they don't even give us a retrace, that's going to be very bearish. But a nice little close there. Come on, drip it down some more, SPY. Yes, SPY, new lows. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, SPY. Microsoft's trying to sell off a little bit You have Meta bouncing, not really helping the market. AMD coming down pretty hard right now. QQQ is underperforming S&P, guys. Let's look at our SoFi trade. Can they take SoFi negative? Still a strong ticker. Testing its opening range high here, SoFi. It's up 50% on these puts, guys. SPY puts, almost up 50%. I had a really crappy entry, to be honest, but not looking too crappy right now. It's looking like it's still okay. Trying to print to the downside. Come on, SoFi, drop it down. Carvana catching a minor little bounce here. Just a minor little bounce, but that's just a near-term bounce, retesting its little low. All right, SPY's getting a little heavier here. Trying to bounce it just a touch. Nvidia's trying to hold steady. So Nvidia's bouncing here, trying to insulate this market. Meta's trying to bounce as well. Come on, knife it through this liquidity. 137,000 shares being traded here. 139. Trap that liquidity. Trap that long liquidity. Knife it through it. Near-term traders are trying to trade this bounce here. Come on. Here we go, guys. We're up 50% on these puts. Let's go. We're drilling. We are drilling to the downside here. Let's go. Drop it down. SPY dripping lower here, guys. Looking like it wants negative price. Here comes the big liquidity drop. Microsoft still looking like it wants new lows. AMD dripping to the downside. You have a little bit of support here. Previous little channel. EMA 113 on the 5-minute. But I don't trust it. I do not trust it. You might get a minor bounce here. Let's flip to our 10-minute chart. I'm just going to watch both SPY trades, SPY charts here, 2 different time frames, just so that we can isolate some levels better. So yeah, you're hitting the top of that channel. Short term, slightly oversold, but this is a big gap up liquidity. So I mean, things can still go lower. You can see a little bit of a bounce there. But we should go lower. If you want a big gain, you gotta sometimes hold through some big swings in the port. Graham saying yesterday was a pump, dump, pump. Today will be a dump, pump, and dump. Yeah, could be. And then after the earnings, Carvana is dripping lower here. SoFi still trying to see some selling. Big bounce on SPY coming in. Gotta breathe in, breathe out. Yep. You gotta breathe in, breathe out. You know, it's tough watching that P&L. If you trust your levels and watch the charts, it's easier. Netflix down 1%, Tesla down 1.67. But you can see there is some support here, why we're bouncing, right? It's that previous breakout channel, consolidation zone where you got rejected, bounced, big reversal zone down. So there's a little bit of support. You also have this gap up from Tuesday. So there's definitely some support here, technical support. But we've broken that opening range low. So you're getting a big retest. And we'll see if we get a short back to the downside. That's the 113. It's a miracle moving average. EMA 113. Exponential moving average or exponential miracle average. Charts like to bounce off of it. For some reason, it's a highly respected moving average. You can see, look at the 3-minute chart. What are we bouncing off of? EMA 113 to a T. To a T. So what does that mean? We're bouncing on the 3-minute one right now. So the 5-minute one is where I thought we would get a minor bounce, but considering the 5-minute one is we're bouncing right above it, we're probably going to knife through that on the next wave of selling. So that's why I dropped the time frame down to the 15. So your 15 is sitting at 635.60, and then your 10-minute is sitting at 636. So you might get a bounce off the 10-minute, but I'm looking at that 15 a little bit more closely. SoFi starting to test that opening range. AMD, Nvidia catching a bounce. Microsoft catching a bounce. Everything's pretty much catching a bounce here. Bounce and bid. Yes, sir. EMA 113. If you guys shorted Snow, that would be a trade that is working out quite well. Nope, never mind, sorry. Drop down and then a huge pump. Wow. Snow's a monster right now. Definitely seeing some strength here. Got a nice hourly close. Wow. Let's flip back to CVNA. CVNA still just melting slightly lower. Slightly lower. SoFi, also seeing a little bit of selling on SoFi now. I'd love to see them take SoFi negative. Yeah, drop it down. But Nvidia and everything's bouncing right now slightly, so market's holding a little bit of near-term support. Just some minor support here. But we've broken that bearish range. Probabilities do dictate we go lower. We're now into the gap window. You're into this huge FOMC sell-off. So it's looking nasty. I mean, if we flip to the hourly chart, you can see that you had that hourly hanging man candle. Now it's being followed through by downside. This hourly candle still has 24 minutes. So they could keep us pinned here for 24 minutes until the next hourly candle. But we'll see what happens. Things are certainly looking a little bit heavier here. Catching a little bit of liquidity. Nvidia bouncing off of prior day high. AMD bouncing. Meta is still holding the majority of its gains. Beasting. Meta is a beast. Apple down 0.2, Google down 2.26, Tesla down 1.37, but bouncing a little bit. Dow's negative now, crude oil down, yields are negative, gold softening, nat gas positive. Oh, nat gas inventories came out. Nat gas inventories came out, seeing a nice little reversal back to the high side. Microsoft bouncing steady here. What I'm observing here is they were keeping contracts on the put side expensive when we were at the highs, and they're still keeping them pretty expensive on these 635 zeros, which is telling me we're probably going to go lower. That's the setting. So the indicator is called exponential moving average. The input, the moving average input is 113, literally 113 days. EMA 113. Chop it down. SPY, SoFi falling. NVIDIA getting harsh rejection. Chop it down. We're still up 50% on these SPY puts, but I'm looking for, like I said, boom, that grand slam. I want TP to hit before I even talk about trimming here. How am I still standing up? I don't know. Because I'm making money. That's the only reason that's keeping me up right now. No, I'm jacked up on coffee. I take little sitting breaks here and there, but I try to stand. I was sitting pretty much all morning when I was looking at charts, but I've gotten used to it. It took me a while. I mean, I didn't always have a standing desk. It took me a while, but I noticed my hips getting tight when I was squatting at the gym and doing some workouts. So it helps. It certainly helps. Look at the downside push, guys. Let's go. Come on, drop it through this EMA. We got our 15 minutes sitting at 635.60. Take us down. Let's go. Come on. New lows. Knife us through. Eat this liquidity. Market makers are eating this liquidity. Carvana dripping. SoFi dripping. New lows on NVIDIA. NVIDIA about to go negative. Come on. Take NVIDIA negative. Carvana huge push. Exactly. Got to keep the blood flowing to make those good decisions. Absolutely. But I do have a chair right behind me. And it's a high chair. This is me sitting, so it's pretty... It's a high raised chair. Let's go. SPY, 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 SPY. I spy with my little eye more downside. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Look at them eat that liquidity. Filthy beasts. All right, Microsoft's still holding steady. Meta is still holding steady. The next down leg really needs to come from Microsoft and Meta. We're seeing NVIDIA sell off pretty sharply here. Let's go. SPY dripping lower here. Carvana, SoFi dripping lower. Palantir's gone negative. AMD seeing some more selling. Come on, break this three minute support. Look at that. Look at them trying to hold this 3-minute EMA. Monsters. Big struggle here. Big struggle here. There we go. Give up the goods. Give up the goods, guys. Come on, break it. Break it. SoFi curling to the downside. The old gap and crack. Yeah, I got my monitors high up here. I got a little bit of a main trading station, like where I control all my editing down below, but I got my 2 big monitors. I got a side one on mic, so I'm up high. You're absolutely right about that. You do have to make sure that your angles are right, because I first initially had a sore neck, so you have to make sure your monitors are higher. I got big extension poles. Look at the downside. We're up over 100%, guys. 100% on these puts. They are printing. We are now dropping into a 5-minute level here and a 10-minute chart level, piercing through the 5-minute like I discussed. Contracts are well up over 100%, but I'm still holding. You might get a bounce here. You might get a bounce here. Huge drop there, guys. Huge drop. Come on, take it downtown. Go for that gap fill. Microsoft hasn't even started selling yet. You're tagging 15-minute chart support. So there could be a bounce here, guys. 15-minute chart support is being tagged. What a monster trade, guys. All called out here live. We're up over 100% on these 0 DTEs. But I'm looking for more. Pushing 120% here, guys. 120%. Let's keep it going. Come on. Again, there might be a bounce here. You're up 300% on your... Let's go, Cludge. Boom. Let's go, guys. Don't say we didn't warn you. I'm looking for that gap. I want them to eat that gap. Again, there's a bounce likely occurring here. But I'm going to go for more. I'm going to see if I can get these 635s in the money. I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to be greedy. Yesterday, I sold early. Today, again, should I take profits here? Probably. But you know what? I'm going to go for more downside. Let's see if we can get it. I recognize there is some support here. There definitely is. You might build a bear flag pattern here, but let's see if they want to just be nasty and snake individuals here. But the prudent thing to do, guys, is to take profits. At least trim. Still riding SoFi, Carvana short. So. Could get a 3-bar surge down. Again, our TP is coming right up here. I'm looking for a 3-bar surge on the 5-minute down. Come on, give us more. Nvidia is still selling. AMD seeing some top wicks. SoFi now curling. Microsoft actually holding steady here. So Microsoft hasn't sort of sell. That's what could take us lower is Microsoft. So I'm watching that closely here because if Microsoft starts to see some downside, it's actually been bouncing as the market's been selling here. So if Microsoft wants to fall here, that's what's going to take us a little bit lower. Come on down. Puts are printing. Again, should you take profits? Probably. Am I taking profits here? No. Will I regret it? We'll see. Contracts are still printing. Give us that 3-bar surge into this gap fill. Come on. TP is coming up, guys. TP. I want that TP, but you can see the 15-minute EMA being tagged here. 15-minute EMA is being tagged here. Williams increasing. Nvidia is still selling. Nvidia is still positive. Trying to go negative on Nvidia. Still holding positive strength. Again, 15-minute chart support is being tagged. But we bounced here, bounced here, bounced here, knifed through it here. See if we can knife through it again. Nvidia has gone negative, guys. Nvidia has gone negative. That's what I like to see. Everyone should have caught this short with us. Cludge, beautiful, 300%, man. Monster. Monster gain, guys. Please hit that like button. We've given you 3 awesome bangers here in the live stream, called out live. Entries, positions. I'm still holding. I mean, you could get a bounce back to the high of this channel. But this is looking like a nasty little decline here. I'm looking at taking half off the table into the TP zone, guys. Come on down. 5-minute 3-bar surge down on SPY. These puts are printing, guys. Printing, printing, printing. Beautiful decline. TP's almost here. Took half off, 350%. Beautiful. Beautiful job there, Clutch. Amazing trade. All right, guys, I'm looking at taking half off the table here. Half off the table. Half off the table here, guys. I just took half off the table. That was epic, guys. Epic. Epic, epic, epic. Beautiful. And we still have runners running, guys. So profits secured, half. I made just over 175%. Look at SoFi puts drilling, guys. Look at SoFi puts drilling. So again, profit secured on SPY puts. Make sure you don't let the trade go against you. SoFi still dripping here, guys. SoFi is dripping. Beautiful. Hit that like button. Yeah, that's the tough thing. I know. You know, we look at the TP zone, we came right in. This was telegraphed down here when we were trading all the way up here. So I'm glad I can help you out, Cludge. Trust me, it's always nice to even have other people here because it kind of keeps you all calm as a collective. It's easy to get triggered with emotions when you're seeing your P&L just dripping, right? Or fluctuating with extremes. Look at that bounce off of TP, guys. Beautiful trim. Huge, huge profits there. Epic. Epic. And again, we're up about 40% on our SoFi puts, still riding that bad boy into the ground. And Carvana. Look at CVNA dripping to the downside, guys. Any other TP? So the next TP, guys, for SPY is basically, now that we're trading back inside this channel, TP is going to have to correlate with, let me just correct this trend line here. So you could chop sideways here. I'd be surprised if they just keep knifing it here, but we never know. Like I said, market makers are filthy beasts, guys. Filthy. And again, please hit that like button, guys. That was an epic monster trade. Carvana, SoFi, SPY. Everyone should have banked on SPY. Next TP on SPY is coming in and around. It's going to be a slightly moving target. Slightly moving target. Again, you could have a really big bounce here on SPY back to, you could have a really big bounce here on SPY back to, call it 637 here even. There could be a really big bounce, guys, just as an FYI. Carvana bouncing, SoFi trying to bounce. Time to sit now. No problem, guys. And we still have more downside, but obviously we were hitting a big support level, so you want to just trim accordingly. But that was epic. That was epic. Money's been made. Literally no stress now with SoFi and Carvana. My money's been made on SPY. Still think SoFi could go negative today. Carvana probably won't go negative, but I do see more downside, at least to about 375, I think. Carvana can have another 20-point fall, but big bouncer off that zone. Congrats, everybody. So again, guys, we are into that gap window. Chances are we can still go negative. You got Apple negative, Google negative, Tesla down 1.87, JP Morgan getting slapped, Netflix slapped. So IWM down 0.7. Anyone that took that IWM short off that 222 level, that absolutely printed as well. So that was a very easy setup on the Russell. Trades across the board, guys, and there should be more downside in this tape, but IWM should give us a new low of day. You're probably going to chop a little bit here, burn some theta, but that was nice. Very good. That was epic. All right, 1122. 1122. I'm getting hungry again. Meta is seeing a really big stick and push. Let's see what else we got going on here. There's probably some more shorts out there. There's a lot of meat on this bone still in this market. I think there's definitely some shorts still. Rigetti, that's coming in. SNGX. I want SoFi to go negative here. I really want SoFi to go negative. What else? Wow, that SNGX is a beast. Holy, Neo ripping. Nice job, Genesis. Appreciate you. Big Bear looking to go negative. Intel's just getting slapped. How's that NCLH doing? That did hit a... wow, NCLH is looking like they're going to knife it lower, guys. That certainly looks nasty. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Microsoft. There's more downside in this tape, guys. There's definitely more downside to occur. Look at them just melting Carvana. Guys, SoFi puts are absolutely ripping here. Take SoFi negative? Perhaps. Perhaps they will. Still a lot of stocks that are super extended here, guys. Super extension moves across the board. Tesla still going lower, guys. It's a mean topping tail on Carvana. AMD is now knifing, guys. AMD is looking very heavy. This is falling even more now. Where does IWM want to go to? I know there's more meat on the bone for shorts, guys. We're not into a real long level yet, but let me just see where this IWM wants to go. That's very weak on this session. We could easily see the IWM fall more. I think that's a strong chance of that. I'm looking at shorting the IWM. I mean, I have this target down here at 218, 219 peers. Excuse me. It should go lower. Where's that hourly chart support? What's the next trade? What is the next trade? SoFi still dripping here. You're below your EMA on the hourly chart. That's very bearish. Let's go to the 2-hour chart here. We'll just keep scaling. Okay, so you're bouncing off that 2-hour EMA. So you've triggered that head and shoulders. So look at this head and shoulders on the IWM that's triggered, guys. That's clean. That's a clean breakdown. Probably even next week puts on the Russell. Yeah, we got a downside target here of 217 on the Russell, guys. IWM. Probably heads there next week. So these pops are probably going to get faded. SoFi still falling. So I might take another short on this IWM. SPY still looks like it wants to go lower. I might even take a Lotto 219 0 DTE on the IWM. Let's see what those are priced at right now. Trump granted reprieve for Mexico. Thank you for putting that in there. Oh yeah, we also have an IPO, guys, trading today. Figma. Figma. When does that start? What's the ticker on that? Figma. Figma. FIG. Has that opened yet? Probably not yet. All right, Figma is an interesting IPO that could be traded today. Big bounce on Nvidia. Going back to the positive side. It's overhyped for sure. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. SoFi continuing to bleed here, guys. I am looking at shorting this IWM again, guys. There might be another 219 0 DTE trade on the IWM. I would love to see it bounce back to this opening range high. And I would pull in a either 220 or 219. If you're feeling aggressive, 219. If you're feeling a little bit more conservative, 220 puts look pretty enticing. $219 puts are so dirt cheap. 0 DTEs, we should hit that target. They are dirt cheap. Meta's strong bounce back up to the highs. Carvana is maintained as an overweight by Wells Fargo. Dump that. Wow. Maintained by an overweight just to get people roped up into more of their shorts. That's what it's all about. Here, guys, I took a Lotto 219 put on IWM, sized for 0. Lotto put 219 on IWM. Please size it for loss. For some reason not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Beer views. dumping. Muhammad, I know your puts are waking up. But Carvana is absolutely dumping here. Looking like a pretty decent topping tail to me. Look at that epic volume on CVNA, guys. And it's only 1142. So we're probably going to have more volume than this candle. So typically you can do an estimate of what the volume is going to be at 12 o'clock. You take your volume, whatever it is, and just double it. So we're almost at 6 million. So we're probably going to be over 12 million shares on CVNA. A nasty little topping tail. Let's see how deep they want to take that bad boy. SoFi still dripping a little bit lower. I still think we can go lower. Nvidia had a really big punch back to the high side. They're definitely awake. Nice. Nice. Yep. And it's just getting started. So if our SoFi $22 puts get in the money today, we could be looking at between 300 to 400%. So that would be nice. I'd take that. I'd definitely take that. IWM really big bounce. SPY still trying to trend here. Big trending push on SPY. Microsoft curling to the downside. Wow, I can't believe this Novo Nordisk chart, guys. NVO. How depressed this is. And UNH. I mean, they're just absolutely dumping these medical stocks, healthcare stocks. Like, I cannot believe. Nat Gas has had a huge push back to the high side, but look at that exhaustion. That looks exhaustive. That has to be exhaustive. What is the daily RSI? 22.2 on the daily. Weekly. Oh my god, the weekly. That's what could go lower. But that is just nasty. UNH as well, I mean. I can't believe UNH, guys. I literally cannot believe this company. But look at the level you're into. I mean, that is just downright dirty. Nasty. SoFi coming in, guys. Can they take SoFi negative? I'd like to see that. Take SoFi negative. Please and thank you. And alright, next leg down on the IWM. Come on, take us to 219. IWM should give us a new low, but they're just trying to hold it steady here for the time being. Meta curling to the downside slightly. The Dixie's back to the positive side. Bitcoin still holding steady. Crude oil dumping down 2% on crude. Ay, caramba. Still have a whole host of earnings after the bell, guys. Massive amount of earnings. Apple and Amazon. It's up to Bezos and Cook. Are Bezos and Cook gonna eat? Markets are still acting steady here. Still getting a decent bounce on the S&P 500. Let's go SoFi. Take SoFi negative. Roblox still up 12%. Carvana still up 16%. There's still a lot of potential bleeding in this market. SPY, I still think SPY can go negative. But what an epic bounce there. Big bounce across the board on everything, really. Push to go take a midday nap. Wake up. IWM lower, SoFi negative. Mostly Carvana still going lower, testing that opening range low on CBNA. Very interesting. IWM is trying to hold this little pivot low here. There is some minor support with this pivot zone. SoFi dripping. So we have seen a really big bounce here in the markets, basically hitting our downside levels, bear target, absolutely prints on those puts. Right now it's power hour. We just started. I don't know, for some reason I think this bounce is a little bit, I think they might try to actually take it a little bit lower at some point. Obviously we're seeing some strength right now across the board, but I think it's a bit premature. Usually the bounce happens here into power hour, but we've had a really substantial run off of the lows. It is catching a nice bid as we speak, that's for sure. But I would not be surprised if they try to do a fake liquidity grab here, maybe take it down, but a very healthy bounce on the IWM. If we look at the S&P 500, it's also very similar. So indice ranges have been crazy big today. Really big. Can't believe we actually hit that low again. So the market makers absolutely did the infamous gap and crack. Pretty exciting stuff. Pretty exciting stuff, I would have to say. And the IWM is recapturing a prior day low. Anything below that, we could see more sell side pressure. S&P 500 trying to hold steady here, bouncing sharply. All right, so again, let's update some positions here now that I'm back in front of things. I look like token bullshit, people. Get out of here. I don't want your BS X1 AI scam pump, whatever the hell those things are. Again, guys, please hit that like button. Please share, subscribe if you haven't. We absolutely crushed it today. From Carvana to SPY to IWM. Everyone should have made money here. No excuses in the live day trading. No excuses at all. Monster day of profit. And I mean, what's nice is we still have tomorrow to continue to print. S&P 500 coming in a little bit here. Let's see if we get a late day pump. Like I said, this market seems a little bit it seems like the bounce happened too early. If the bounce really started now, say it was power hour and we're just entering this bounce here, I'd be a little bit more optimistic that we can press, but I don't know. It's insane how big moves we have to the downside and then epic moves to the upside. It's just quite crazy. If I was in front of my screen, I would have traded it, but I had to run a quick errand. So I wasn't able, but I was trading off of my phone, my two phones. But locking in 219% on IWM 219 lotto puts, those printed, absolutely printed. SoFi and Carvana, they just keep meandering sideways. I'm a little bit disappointed that SoFi didn't break that key 2274 level. Carvana's just been holding steady here, been grinding and dripping lower, lower highs, lower lows. Still holding in that opening range. SoFi still holding that opening range. Still have time for more selling. Meta's curling to the downside right now. Oh yeah, we also had that Figma, eh? Figma opened up. If I Figs, wow, look at that beast. Up 356% right now. Quite crazy Figma. It's a figment of my imagination. That's unreal. Unreal. We still got Apple and Amazon after the bell. It's insane. Nice retest of the lows. It's going to be difficult. Well, majority of people didn't catch the spike with it. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. It was called out live. Nevertheless, you win some, you lose some. I know I'm very happy with how today's gone. Anyone up for a IWM Lotto 219 put? Retest the lows. Right now priced at 8 cents. Risky. $8 a contract. Buy 10 of them, 80 bucks. See what happens. That's just gambling. That's just gambling. Huge dump there, SPY. Microsoft looking for new lows. Big bad Microsoft looking for new lows. Market's looking heavy again. Microsoft trying to test the lows. Not a healthy sign here. Let's erase all of these trend lines. Looking like a bit of a sour hour. Looking sour here. Does SPY want to test that prior day low again? Maybe. Maybe it wants to sweep that liquidity. Microsoft's going for new lows, guys. Microsoft is going for new lows. IWM starting to crack to the downside here. Breaking some key ranges on the Russell. Carvana curling to the downside. Microsoft printing looking heavy. Sour hour, yes sir. Yes sir. Look at this. Nastiness. There is some support here on SPY, upsloping trend line, but things are looking pretty gnarly. Microsoft printing new lows, about to. Should have taken those IWM 219 puts. They're already up 100% from where I called them from. Those lottos around 8 cents. Not 100, not quite 100, almost. Come on, SoFi and Carvana need to just knife here into the close. I hope they do. I really, really hope they do. Still some outperformance in NIO. China stock still holding strong. Baba, Baidu, Netflix down 1. Bitcoin losing right now 0.5%. Big bounce there. Look at that IWM 1 minute candle. The range, the trading ranges, guys, these can rip your face off in no time. Both ends, the long and the short side. That's why we need it. This intraday choppy action where you're kind of trading in no man's land, you can get eaten up on both ends of the trade. This is where algorithms thrive. Us human traders, we thrive at the bigger levels. Bigger levels here. You know, shorting at the highs, buying at the lows. This little range-bound market chopping is a tough, tough area. You got to be a super scalper. Anyone that shorted Roblox with us off that 150 level, you're laughing to the bank. Look at that, just that algorithmic selling. Look at that tombstone. Boom. Epic tombstone. Nice topping tail, still building on Carvana. And stocks are still holding positivity here. Big bounce. Big bounce. Back testing the 1 minute EMA 113 on the Russell 2000. Seeing Nvidia trying to bounce, AMD trying to bounce, SoFi trying to bounce. Microsoft still looking pretty heavy here. Meta trying to come in a touch. Yep, Microsoft and Roblox have the same chart pattern. That is an institution just selling into every little buying pressure. So whenever you see that tight sell range, that is an institutional sell side program hitting that stock. You are seeing big players literally selling into every single little pop. Those tight ranges are selling every single little pop. I would not be surprised next week Microsoft fills this gap. Look, you've had really no tradable bounces on Microsoft. So big boys are selling. Now the question is, will you get a big bounce? Perhaps, but institutions are definitely keeping a tight lid on this. Big players are unloading Microsoft right now. That's what I'm seeing. And I'd be more than happy for it to go lower. Take it down. SPY's trying to hold steady here. Oh, but you see what I mean by these ranges, guys? This is algorithmic profit land. Look at that reversal back on IWM. I mean, filthy. That is fucking filthy. Sorry for my language, but sometimes they're the best adjectives to use. Look at that nastiness. See, this is where they're just punishing. They're getting people to chase on both ends. And they are just punishing them on both ends, the long and the shorts. My oh my. Carvana curling down. Figma at $100. It's a figment of my imagination. Yeah, this stock is just absolutely bloated. But again, we're in IPO crazy land. Market's frothy. Things are pumping. This stock can easily go higher and take out the lows. It probably gaps up tomorrow. If it gaps up, I'll short it. I would short it. Carvana curling to the downside. Come on, CVNA. Punch it. IWM. Trying to fall. Microsoft still holding those lows. Let's take it out, Microsoft. Don't be so hard. Go soft. We still have a lower bear target on SPY here, guys. TP2. Are we going to flush into the close? Final 27 minutes? That would be welcomed. And I imagine they just did the exact same thing as they did yesterday. Boom, pump it up into the close. But this is what I think they're trying to do is, because we had such a huge rip yesterday, imagine they try to trick investors again. So let's say we knife into the close here, trade at the lows. There's going to be so many people buying the lows in anticipation of an Apple and Amazon beat. And then what would be the max pain is if Amazon and Apple didn't beat and we gap down tomorrow. That would be pretty interesting. I'd like that. So let's see if they knife us into the close. You'll have so much liquidity buying the dip just like yesterday. But maybe Apple and Amazon earnings don't come out. Or maybe they knife us into the close again and they gap us up on Apple and Amazon. I would be shorting that pop up too. Either way, we're going to have opportunities tomorrow. Earnings season is so fun. The volatility ranges are absolutely insane. Absolutely insane, guys. I love it. We thrive in earnings as day traders, scalpers. We absolutely crushed it today. eBay did great today as well. Looks like a short. Yeah, eBay did really well today. I don't know. Do people still use eBay? Like, what the hell? Who uses eBay these days? I certainly don't. I don't think I've ever posted anything on eBay. Let's see the daily chart. Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to take some put options on this one, usually you're supposed to wait a couple days. I would wait for one more little high sweep on eBay, and then it's already short. But yeah, I mean, extended. A couple months out, this stock is going to give back these gains for sure. It's been a monster mover. But one more sweep of the highs and I would consider shorting eBay. Come on, drop us down, SPY. Drop us down. For car parts, yes. Interesting. I've always thought for buying and selling, Facebook Marketplace has been the best, or Kijiji personally. But whatever works, right? If it works for you, you just get it sold, then yeah, I guess you can use it. eBay for car parts, good to know. Maybe I'll tell my dad that he's trying to rebuild his truck. And look at the knifing of price action. Come on down. It's your time to shine, bears. Come on down. Knife it. Watch them all of a sudden an explosive green candle. Who the heck knows? But again, you start chasing price action, guys. You're asking for trouble. But SPY's looking really heavy here. Wow. Look at this filthy move down on SPY. We are coming lower. Please hit that like button, guys. We've informed you of a bunch of key technical levels today, this week as a whole. We've absolutely crushed on the live stream. So I hope everyone's been having fun on the stream and hopefully making money simultaneously, learning. Try to come on here every day. Takes a lot of energy and effort. But I love every single minute of it, even if I lose. Carvana trying to sweep the lows. Is CVNA gonna fall out here? Come on, Carvana. Sweep those lows. Chop it down. Oh. And then this damn SoFi is just a monster. I mean, I really thought SoFi was gonna gap and crack today. We could still see it push. I feel like SoFi is gonna do some sort of a debt offering soon. I feel like we're one sort of news headline away from SoFi announcing like a little debt offering. I don't know. But SoFi's been a stubborn stock. We also have the Fed balance sheet at 4:30 if anyone cares about that. Fed balance sheet comes out at 4:30. It's holding 4-hour support right, or sorry, 2-hour support right now. This little dotted line that we're trading at is your EMA 113 on the 2-hour chart. Want to see what we're trying to hold right now, why the markets are so stubborn here for IWM? Look at that. 2-hour EMA 113. But we've already broken that level once, so it's a little bit weaker this go around. We'll see if they want to crack it. Give us a crack. Crack-a-lackin'. I'm hungry again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I'm hungry again. Microsoft breaching the lows, guys. Microsoft is selling. SPY is selling. Give us a low of day flush in the markets. You can see the volume and liquidity is starting to uptick here in the equity markets. A lot of buyers are coming in to buy this dip ahead of Apple and Amazon, anticipating that we're going to have the exact same reaction as we did yesterday or today off of Meta and Microsoft. But don't be so sure. These market makers are nasty. I think max pain would be to get all of the people who come into the end of the day, if we get a flush, to trap that long liquidity. There will be a whole bunch of long liquidity at the lows here if they come in to buy this market ahead of Amazon and Apple. And if we gap down tomorrow, all of those longs would be trapped. That would be, if I was a market maker, that's what I would do. Obviously with earnings, anything can happen. Shake my crystal ball. What is it saying? It's saying it has no clue what the earnings are going to be. I can't believe UNH. That's a freaking monster to the downside. I mean, holy crap. I really thought yesterday's low was going to be it. Final 30 minutes here in the tape, guys. So far, we have the VIX down, UVXY is negative, crude oil is negative, natural gas up 2.74%, gold up 0.48%, Bitcoin down 0.58%, Dow Jones down 0.5%, SPY down barely on the session. We're talking 0.2%, barely down on the session, guys. Even though it seems like we've gone through months of selling in this one single day, SPY is barely down. QQQ underperforming SPY down 0.35%. IWM is down 0.8%. Nvidia down 0.82%. Microsoft up 3.74%, but definitely pulling in from the highs. You have Apple slightly negative going into its earnings, trading at 208.74. Google getting slapped around today, down 2.375. Amazon strong, up 1.56. Meta's been near the highs all session long, up 11.44%. Zuckerberg must be partying this weekend. Tesla getting slapped around as well, trading around 310.56, down 2.66%. On, flush us. Flushed, 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 flushed it. Flushed it. Snapchat doing well today, holding green, up 1.45%. Here we go. Give us the new low of day. Sweep those lows. Trap this long liquidity. Whole bunch of liquidity here. SoFi curling down. SoFi getting heavier. Come on, SoFi. They're trying to drip us lower here. Come on. Come on. IWM, fall off the cliff. SPY, break it down. Nvidia trying to curl up. Meta trying to bounce. take us lower, guys. New low a day. This market lower, guys. They are dripping it. New low of day flush would be a max pain because you'd have so much volume buying this double bottom dip. You would have so much liquidity trying to pick this bottom. And if they gap Amazon and Apple down, it would be a huge, huge max pain level. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. Put on my bear hat. And then on either way, right? So here you have a couple scenarios, right? If they flush this market into the lows, you have a lot of people buying this dip. Let's say Amazon beats, Apple beats, they gap the market up just like they did today. As you test these lows again, you also have bears piling in on the short side. So you have people chasing the market both ways, right? You're going to have longs trying to accumulate. Then you'll have more of your swing trader investors trying to short this market thinking we're going down, more hedging. So either way, if they trap this liquidity that enters here, they're going to trap one side or the other. I'm hoping we flush it and then we get a continuation gap down, because if we get a gap down tomorrow, oh, we have some awesome long opportunities, guys. We have some epic long opportunities. I'm talking about some huge 0DT call bounces. Probably a couple 200, 300% trades here, maybe even more. So I would love to see a gap down. Either way, we get a gap up, we're shorting again. Gap down, we'll be buying. We just want big moves. SoFi is finally starting to break down as well, guys. Good to see SoFi trying to take out this opening range low. Give it to us. Give it to us, SoFi. Carvana just broke its little range, guys. Who's short Carvana? Have we been short Carvana pretty much all day? Yes, we have. Are we going to hold this overnight? Yes, we are. Can it go higher? If it went higher, I'd just add more. Again, what a lot of people are expecting is an end of day pump just like yesterday. The question is, will that happen? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Flush it. Flush this market down, guys. Should have taken those IWM 219 zeros. They are up 100% since we called them out now. But anyway, we've made our profit trading today. SoFi testing the lows. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Flush this market. There's some individual stocks that are looking heavy. They are looking heavy. AMD, Nvidia is still looking good. Microsoft looking heavy up here. Meta looking kind of heavy. A little bit of people. Look at the volume increasing on the IWM, guys. Huge volume trying to buy this market up. Look at a line. Yeah, I saw a line got absolutely wrecked. I was looking at that in the pre-market. What's it doing now? Yikes. Yeah, this name is just nasty. I mean, there's been no day tradable bounce. Filthy. Filthy. That is disgusting on a line. A line, I actually drew this area in for a line. I gotta go to the weekly chart to show you this zone on a line, but we're sweeping this low pivot liquidity. Let it sweep this liquidity. I do think I have an alert there. But this is your COVID crash low on the weekly chart. It wants that liquidity. It's gonna stop all of those traders out who have been long off of that COVID bottom for 5 years. It's gonna snake them all. Let it drop. Let it sweep that area. I think my target was around 125, 120, somewhere in there. But I'll reassess it after. But just getting absolutely liquidated here. Oh yeah, there's my target, guys. That's my target there. I couldn't see it on the daily. 126, 27-ish. That's where I had a line going. We can get there today. There's still enough time. SPY's still looking heavy here. SPY is still looking heavy. We can obviously get any sort of a 0DT bounce any minute now. But I would not be surprised if they just keep selling this market into the close. Carvana breaking that opening range, guys. Carvana is breaking that opening range. Man, there's so many freaking bot accounts on all of these platforms. It's just nasty. Nasty. Huge bounce coming back into the markets. Look at that volume pump. Are they snaking people in? This is where the wild wicks come in. In the last 15 minutes, the wild wicks. Wild wicks. SoFi still coming in nicely. I like that. Break that opening range, SoFi. Wild wicks, guys. Carvana, SoFi dripping lower. Microsoft getting a nice pump here into the close. SoFi getting sold into here. Nice heavy price action in SoFi, even though the markets are stabilizing. This name is starting to try to test this breakdown range. Give it to us. Break us down, SoFi. Give us a new low of day. Give us a new low of day, Mr. Carvana. Just grinding to the downside. There's your low of day on Carvana. Testing that low. We got a whole host of earnings after the bell, guys. Your big boys are set to report: Amazon and Apple. Apple Dapple. We also have Reddit. That's going to be an interesting one. RDTT. Let's just go through some of these lists here. So let's flip to the 5-minute SPY chart so we can see more of these candles forming in the event that they want to sell. They're trying to sell the IWM here, but keeping SPY elevated here. Bouncing SPY. SoFi coming in hard, guys. Look at SoFi finally starting to crack to the downside, guys. Beautiful dip in SoFi. That is stunning. Contracts are waking up here on SoFi. I'd like to see that. Thank you very much. Keep cracking it. Keep cracking it. Take us lower. S&P 500 still holding steady here. Holding steady. Come on, flush this market into the close. I want to get people bared up. Alright, so Apple heading into this report is bolstering a 3.12 trillion market cap. Still a behemoth in the market. Amazon 2.49 trillion. Imagine Apple gapped down huge, Amazon gapped up, and they surpassed each other in size. That would be crazy. That would be insane. Amazon passed Apple's market cap. Uh-oh. It looks like some 0DT liquidity is trying to come in. Are we going to get some wild wicks? Final 15 minutes. This is where that huge volume comes in, guys. Huge volume. Look at the volume on IWM pumping to the high side here. S&P is trying to push up as well. Let's see if they're going to sell right into that minute candle or if they pump it right back up to 220. We are getting a huge pump here into the close. Is it a fake pump? They can easily reverse this wick in 30 seconds. We also have Striker, ticker SYK after the bell. We also have, I'm going to run through some earnings. Coinbase, that's going to be an interesting coin after the bell. What else do we have? Cloudflare, ticker NET, that's interesting. Yep, Cloudflare is certainly an interesting one, guys. ticker NET. Cloud stocks have been on absolute fire. What else do we have after the bell here? Just scrolling through the master list. Wow, you see it? Look at how they snake that liquidity there, guys. Absolutely insane. Look at that volume. Look like a reversal. Then they snake it right back down. StoFi just dripping. SPY's selling off now. Huge. Big sell-off on SPY. Really big sell-off on SPY. Wicking down. StoFi is drilling, guys. StoFi is drilling. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. SPY's still selling off here. Big wick in SPY, guys. Wow, SPY absolutely getting crushed. StoFi getting absolutely dummied here into the close. Look at that reversal on SPY. Huge, 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 huge. SoFi, I love that SoFi's closing it to the low of day here. They could absolutely gap down SoFi tomorrow. I would love to see SoFi gap down over that bullish gap up. That would be epic. Trying to stabilize here on the S&P. All right, what else do we have after the close here? Monolithic Power, MPWR. It's going to be an interesting one. That typically has a big move. RKT, that's a high flyer. We'll see if they want to gap RKT up or down, but that will be a high flyer for sure. SPY's trying to stabilize. RDTT, Reddit guys, is the Reddit community going to absolutely pump Reddit in the after hours? Or are they going to dump it? Big is still trying to push up. We have Metaler Toledo, MTD, after hours. That's not too important, that name. First Solar after the bell. SPY's trying to see some heavy selling here. IWM seeing some heavy selling. Big sell side pressure hitting the tape here, guys. Big push down on StoFi. Will they sweep the lows on the IWM? We're close. We're really close. Or are they going to get a big pump? That's a huge, huge volume sell there. You have the 0DTE calls now coming in. Whoa. Big liquidity coming in on the buy side. That's an insane reversal off the lows. Big volume liquidity. Final 10 minutes and you're getting a huge stick on the IWM that's getting sold into right now. Microsoft catching a beat. SPY's still looking heavy here, guys. Are they going to snake that liquidity and sell right into it? They could. It's a huge, huge wick there. SPY's trying to knife lower, guys. They're dumping SPY here. Look at that, roping that liquidity down. My oh my. Look at SPY, new lows, guys, new lows on SPY. What a monster. They snake SPY, guys. Absolutely snaked SPY to the downside there. Oh my goodness, they are dripping this market. Huge sell. That was crazy, guys. Now they're having all this liquidity buying long in anticipation that Apple and Amazon do really good wonders on the session, but we'll see. SoFi still falling here, guys. Look at SoFi. Look at SPY sweeping the lows of the session. Boom! Monster trade on SoFi still. Dude, good job, guys. Good job. Good job, guys. We crushed it today. And we still got some huge earnings after the bell. My oh my. What a wonderful trading session. Look at that SPY. I warned you. I said, don't be surprised if the market makers, when we're up here, we shorted. I said, don't be surprised if they take this market right back down to those FOMC lows. Don't say you weren't warned. You were warned. That was a filthy decline on SPY, guys. They are nasty to people. They are nasty. We've almost hit bear target 2. That is crazy. That is a crazy algorithmic exit into the close, guys. I would love to see a gap down tomorrow, guys. That would be absolutely clinical to see a gap down tomorrow. Good day to be a bear. Good day to be a Look at them drip this market. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. We're up over 40% on our SoFi puts, and those should gap down tomorrow. I'm going to try. They're risky. I'm going to swing them overnight, though, guys. Got 5 minutes left in the session. Let's get it. Printed those profits. could see a big pump here. Algorithmic buying is coming into full force here. A day, guys. And now we got crazy action after the bell, guys. We got crazy action after the bell. This is going to be epic. This is going to be epic. They've done exactly what I thought they would do. Sell into this huge gap up, roping people in like we're going to get the same bounce that we got. I would be very shocked if they tried gapping this market up again. But you know how much liquidity is buying these indices here and trying to bottom pick just like yesterday? A whole host. Maybe it's working slightly here into the close, but I would not be surprised if they gap this market down tomorrow. Either way, gap up, gap down, there will be huge opportunities, so I highly encourage you to tune into the live stream tomorrow. It is a Friday, so everything is a 0 DTE play, guys. Everything across the board is a 0 DTE, which is going to be mind-blowingly fun and volatile. Don't forget that. We have fun here, but things are crazy volatility. Nice bounce in SPY right now. Is SPY going to hold off of the lows? We pretty much nailed almost both of our bearish targets. We obviously have Apple and Amazon on watch. Those are your big boys. Those are your big boys. Let's see what time. I'll stay on for a little bit until we get those reactions. Coinbase is at 4 o'clock. We should get Coin's earnings, guys. 4 o'clock. Coin's going to be interesting. Coin will be interesting. Wand into the close. Look at that 0 DT trade from 630.8 to a 2-point bounce. That's a banger. That's a banger trade there. Nevertheless, if you're buying 0 DTEs at the lows here, you're gambling like crazy. And look at that bounce. Huge, huge bounce coming into the close. Let's see if they trap this long liquidity, or let's see if they pump it up just like they did today. They are trying to push it. Alright guys, we are going to flip here to coin. That's the market session. Thank you all for tuning in. We have now earnings after the bell here. The S&P closes down 0.4, QQQ down 0.54, IWM down almost 1% on the session. Great trading session here. We got Coinbase after hours here reporting. We got a whole bunch of names from Coin to RKT to Apple and Amazon. Let's see. Let's get ready to rumble here, guys. Let's see what Coinbase does here. We'll flip to the hourly chart of Coin. Coin's bolstering a 96.15 billion market cap. We got RKT set to report as well. Apple, Amazon on watch. Who's first, Apple or Amazon? Who's going through the list here. Amazon's out, guys. Amazon's out. 68.25 billion rev. Wow. Let's see. Friggin' so much data right now. My chart doesn't want to. Amazon definitely seeing a bounce here in the near term. So quarter two net 18.6 billion. Segment sale EPS $1.68 for Amazon. So it's a beat on the EPS, guys, by about 35 cents. So a lot of wicks here. So Amazon does beat on EPS, $1.68 EPS. What else we got going on here? 9+ store. We got a lot of earnings coming out. Amazon coming in a little bit. Let's see where Amazon's trading on the daily chart. It's trading pretty elevated here. Are they going to knife it or are they going to pump it? Coming in sharply. First Solar's out as well, FSLR. Let's see what that ticker's doing. First Solar QP at $3.18 EPS on First Solar, 1.1 billion in sales. First Solar is trying to make a move, so beats on the revenue and beats on the EPS. Double beat for First Solar. Solar stocks probably look to make a run off of this. So a nice beat on First Solar. So right now Amazon is trading slightly lower, pretty much erasing its daily gains that it made today. First Solar getting a little bit of top wicks. Let's see coin again. Waiting on a few more. RKT, let's see RKT. That's doing nothing here. Let's look at Reddit. Reddit's trying to make a move here in the after hours. BJ's Restaurant, sales are up 2.9%. No one really cares about that ticker. First Solar pumping here, guys. FSLR is pumping. Let's see what it's doing to EMPH. Is it going to lift EMPH here? Most likely will. Bitcoin really trading under that 117. Nothing really happening there on Microsoft's trying to push higher. Roku is out. Roku is out. Roku's pumping. Roku beats second quarter revenue estimates. So Roku beats, guys. ROKU pumping here into the after hours. This one I've been watching for a short. Tomorrow we're going to get an epic short on Roku. As long as it holds this gap up, Roku is going to be a world-class short tomorrow, guys. So Roku second quarter beats revenue estimates. Very strong print for Roku. Amazon still just knifing around here. Earnings are so fun, eh? Look at the volatility again. So Amazon's crushing all of that IV data here. I mean, going nowhere. That's pretty crazy right now on Amazon. Monolithic Power. Monolithic Power, what is that? MNPR? No, I just gotta search the name. I can't remember the ticker. Monolithic Power. Come on, it should come up. MPWR. There you go. MPWR. Monolithic Power is out. Basically, QP $4.21 EPS. $4.21 EPS. It beat its EPS. Don't know about the revenue yet. Still waiting on that. Striker is out. SYK. EPS $3.13. Striker, I think, is beating. Ticker SYK coming out here. Huge amount of tickers reporting. SYK is trying to catch a little bit of strength here. Holy crap, I got so many things hitting my feed here. 5.9, that's coming out strong. Alright, we need Coinbase here. Where's Coinbase? KLA, let's look at KLA. KLA APS over $9.38. I think they're a beat as well. Nothing there that I can see. Let's look at coin. Whoops, that's not the ticker. Coin. Coin is dumping, guys. That's going to hit Bitcoin. Coin dumping here is also going to trigger a Bitcoin sell-off. Coin is just falling off a cliff. Amazon's knifing. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get that gap down tomorrow. Let's get that gap down tomorrow. Let's go. Coin. Nasty down move on coin. Let's look at where it's on the daily chart. Coin is coming in, but there's going to be a lot of buy the dippers on coin. Where I would consider it is a sweep of this gap, guys. Amazon getting slaughtered down 2% on the session. OPKO Health, that's coming in. Right now you have a little bit of mixed price action. IWM is holding quite steady here. But Coinbase seeing some downward pressure, guys. SoFi is also down, guys. 11 cents in the after hours. Beautiful to see. RKT is out. Rocket, quarter loss, 1 cent. So they lost. RKT lost here. I'm just trying to get the earnings. Q2 EPS 4 cents. Q2 lost 1 cent per share. First Solar files AK operations financial blah 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 blah. Reddit's also out. Wow. RKT trying to pump to the high side. RKT. This is a short squeezer. If it holds, you're gonna get some short covering in the after hours. Oh my goodness, I can't even keep up with all of these. Look at Amazon ripping to the downside. RKT falling. Reddit, guys, pumping to the upside. Massive revenue beat. Expect this one to squeeze to more. If this holds, this one could potentially hit 190s. If it holds. Reddit. RDDT. Massive rev beat on Reddit. Soroku beats. Just looking at other names here. Massive beat for Reddit there, though. Wow. Massive beat. We still have Apple, guys. We still have the big Apple dapple. That's the big one we're watching. Multi-trillion. 3 trillion deep. Are they going to snake this market and take us lower? Time will tell. Right now, SPY's slightly negative. Qs are slightly negative. All eyes will be on Apple. Amazon putting a dampen on the party right now. Bezos is too focused on his wedding. Married. Reddit revenue 465 million for Reddit. Big beat for Reddit. IWM positive in the pre-market. Oh, lots of crazy volatility here, guys. You can see Amazon's really falling here. Apple's still coming out. We're still waiting for the big boy. Bitcoin's falling on Coinbase news. Bitcoin now down 1%, guys. It is falling on the back of Coinbase here. That's going to be definitely influential. Look at coin falling sharply here. Let's look at ticker MindMed. I'm seeing revenue out for MindMed. Net loss widens to 42.7. Where's MindMed here? Coinbase reports rise on quarterly profit subscription strength. Obviously not enough. Obviously not enough. MindMed is trying to firm up here. It's okay. Coinbase is down 7.36%, getting smoked. Amazon right now down 2.5%. Meta falling a little bit in the pre-market. Huge wicks there. Let's just quickly look at some of our other ones here. We will be getting Apple momentarily. I think Apple's at 415 if I'm correct. Look at First Solar. First Solar still holding some unbelievable strength here, guys. RKT I think is still holding steady for the time being. Getting sold into. I like that SoFi is down 10 cents in the after hours, dropping here, guys. Grid systems, brief boot. Come on, where is Coinbase going, guys? Coinbase is nasty right now. Same thing with Amazon. Where would I trade Amazon? That's a good question that I would probably have to do some work overnight on it. But I would love to see Amazon sweep these lows here. This wide range impulse candle. And look at coin. If Apple tanks here, guys, oh my god, we're doing that gap down, exactly what I freaking said we were gonna do. Come on. And then we would have epic day trade longs tomorrow. Come on. Come on, Apple. Apple. Either way, I mean, we'll see what happens with Apple. Oh, let's see what happens. Come on, Apple. ServiceNow director Lawrence Jackson sells 757 shares. Let's look at ticker now. NOW. Let's look at Roku again. Roku's ripping. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a filthy short tomorrow on Roku, guys. This stock is going to be filthy for Roku. Alright, all eyes are on Apple. Look at Roku ripping here, sweeping some highs, trying to go for it. Alright, come on, Apple. What is Apple gonna do for us? Coinbase still down 7.8%. Come on, Apple. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Apple? We're going up, we're going down, guys, on Apple. What are we going to do? Let's get it. We're just waiting on Apple, guys. We are just waiting on Apple. Right now, SPY is slightly negative in the post market. Gonna be some action tomorrow. Come on. Yep, CLX is also out. Thank you, Starfrez. This is a sleeper. This is a sleeper who is printing to the high side, guys. CLX, beautiful. Beautiful, guys. You know what we're writing in CLX. You know what we're writing, members. We're in the 130s and 140s end of year, guys. As long as that holds, those would absolutely print. I've touched base on CLX a couple times, saying that this is a long-term buy that you just tuck away. We took some farther dated call options. So our 130s briefly went in the money, and this went farther and deeper than I thought. So this one could squeeze, guys. CLX could squeeze. But a big boost on CLX. I like that a lot. As long as it holds, we'll see. Anything can change, right? But I'm still like that into the end of the year. Coinbase still down 7.3, Amazon down 2.69, erasing its entire move. We'll see if Amazon's still faltering here. We are waiting for Apple. We are waiting for Apple. But they're dumping Amazon here. Bloom Energy quarter 2 revenue up 19.5%. Let's look at BE. So far, we are gapping down on the market, but Apple could save things. What is Apple gonna do? Let's see where we would trade Amazon on the long side tomorrow. Apple's catching some movement here. on Apple. Coinbase still getting smoked. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick. Big Tree, let's look at that. Ticker TREE. Ooh. 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 Big spike on Apple. Big spike right now, 2.7%. Shaking and moving here. Apple numbers are out. Spiking to the high side. Apple crushes Wall Street expectations as iPhone sales soar. Apple crushes iPhone sales. 94 billion. 94 billion. A huge beat on the rev. Huge beat. 10% year over year growth. That is unheard of for Apple. Wall Street was pricing, I think, 4% year over year rev growth. It's up pricing in 10%. That's a huge beat for Apple. If this stock doesn't react positive, I don't know what's going to spark Apple to life, but that is a massive, beautiful beat on Apple. Huge beat on Apple. So if Apple goes negative, this is going to be pretty pathetic. Company, massive cash cow, huge iPhone sales, beating consensus by revenue consensus was 89 billion. It came in at 94. Huge beat. 10% year over year growth when the consensus was around 4. Apple can't get its big butt up. This is pathetic. Pathetic. This is a massive print for it, and if it doesn't hold positive, I don't know what's gonna keep this stock. Grinder still coming out here. I know this is a high short interest name. Grinder. Apple right now only up about 1% on Apple. What the hell is going on here? Why can't I? You know, if this company doesn't go up, if Apple doesn't go up, they need to fire Tim Cook, get rid of his ass. Right now it's up 1.8%, so it's holding steady. It is holding steady. Maybe we see some rotation now back into Apple. It's good numbers, guys. Really good numbers across the board for Apple. A little light on iPad. iPhone sales good. Services are a little light, but double beat, it's pretty good. Pretty good for Apple. Stryker raises annual profit forecast. That's good. That's really good for Stryker. And it's still dropping down. Oh my goodness. You raise your forecast and you still drop. Pretty crazy. That'll be a tradable one tomorrow. DXD. Alright guys, I appreciate you tuning in. I'm going to wrap up the stream here. Great session for us. Great session for us. Overall, strong print for Apple. We'll see if it can hold on to these gains or if Tim Cook scares people during the press conference. Amazon, not looking too hot here, gapping down. There will be a day trade long level that I've kind of almost isolated. I'll have to do a little bit more work, but a lot of opportunities tomorrow. There's going to be Reddit, Roku, what else we got on watch? Coinbase tomorrow, Apple, Amazon, obviously, some other individuals. So definitely tune in to see what happens here. Oh, is MSTR coming out? Does MSTR report as well? Yeah, MSTR also reporting here. MSTR reporting. Just so many names still. Crazy. Probably gonna drop like Coinbase did. But anyways, I am exhausted. We worked hard today. We crushed it. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.